Hi everybody, welcome to the Digital Eclipse Saturday Long Play. I'm Ian, representing Digital Eclipse this month. Unfortunately, Justin couldn't make it today, so rather than continue our Wonder Boy playthrough, we're going to pivot a little bit and play some Dragon Warrior. So please tune, if you tuned in to watch that, we will get that to you probably in our February Long Play. But for now, why Dragon Warrior? Well, there's a couple of reasons. It's the 40th anniversary of this game this year. It's the grandfather of sort of most JRPGs, or one of is probably the better way to say that. And recently I had been playing Square Enix's new Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 HD remix. And I actually got so frustrated with their version of 1, I wanted to do it on stream to give it proper respect. So this is actually the NES version, the second version of this game. It's going to be a little bit clunky, but in the remake they changed a lot of stuff. They added some content, they made it a lot more linear, and they really broke a lot of the systems. So I felt like it really just needed its due, you know? And I say that as a big fan of Dragon Warrior and Dragon Quest. I'm excited to see what Enix is going to do, or Square Enix is going to do for the 40th anniversary. They say they have a lot of cool stuff in store, so we'll find out. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a risky stream for a couple of reasons. The first reason is this is a little bit of a grindy RPG, so the live commentary is probably not going to be all that exciting. So if you have questions or comments, please throw it in the chat. We'll try to keep this interesting, but we are going to spend a lot of time just killing monsters and getting our gold up and stuff like that. The other reason this is going to be a little bit risky is this is my original copy of Dragon Warrior. It's 40 years old, and that means it has a 40-year-old battery in it, which I tested briefly before the stream, and it seems to still be working, but you never know with a 40-year-old battery. They tend not to last. So we'll see if I can actually save and load my game. That's going to be pretty important for this playthrough. And if not, we got some stuff we can pivot to, but let's jump right in with some Dragon Warrior. So we're going to erase a quest because I don't have any available slots. I'm going to get rid of this one, and we're going to begin a new quest. We're going to start as Deep. Digital Eclipse Entertainment Productions is the name of the company. Interestingly, in this game, your stat growth is determined by the name you enter in this screen. I have no idea if this is going to be a good or bad name. We'll find out. We'll at least set our message speed to fast. All right. So the king says, "Descendant of Erdrick, listen now to my words." Oh, it's interesting that they localized this game with really florid, like Shakespearean thee and thou kind of language. It's kind of great. It is told that in ages past, Erdrick fought demons with a ball of light. Then came the Dragon Lord who stole the precious globe and hid it in the darkness. Now, Deep, that's me, sorry, that's going to be a little confusing. Now, Deep, thou must help us recover the ball of light and restore peace to our land. The Dragon Lord must be defeated. Take now whatever thou may find in these treasure chests to aid thee in thy quest. Then speak to the guards, for they have much knowledge that may aid thee. May the light shine upon thee, Deep. All right, so let's go. In order to take things in treasure chests, you actually need to do a take command here. And the take command says, "Of gold thou hast found X amount, or fortune smiles upon thee, Deep, thou hast found the torch." Very classic, very retro, very clunky. "Fortune smiles upon thee, Deep, thou hast found a magic key." And you'll notice my movement's going to be a little sluggish here. That's because if you just tap the direction, you can actually change your facing, and you have to hold it briefly to get moving. So you have these sort of awkward pauses as you move around. There's not really any reason for that. I guess facing was added into this version of the game. The original Famicom version did not have characters that faced particular directions, and I believe the way you interacted with things is you would pick a command and then pick a direction to execute it. "Dost thou know about Princess Gwaelin?" says this knight. "No, tell me about her." "Half a year now hath passed since the princess was kidnapped by the enemy. Never does the king speak of it, but he must be suffering much. Deep, please save the princess. So we're probably not going to finish this game today. It's probably a 10 to 15 hour casual playthrough, and we are playing very casually. I couldn't possibly speedrun this game, but we might be able to rescue the princess. That might be something we'll do today. I don't know. That's probably at the 4 to 5 hour mark, so we got a shot. Hello, Neptunia fan. Yeah, we are doing Dragon Quest, or Dragon Warrior. I would love to do a Legacy Collection. I think we could do, I was just talking about when we launched this stream, how part of the reason I'm playing is I was a little disappointed with the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD remake version of Dragon Quest 1. 2 wasn't that bad, but 1 was a mess. Let's talk to this guard here. East of this castle is a town where armor, weapons, and many other items may be purchased. Return to the inn for a rest, and thou art wounded in battle. Deep. Deep is my character's name. Sleep heals all. If thou hast collected all the treasure chests, a key will be found. I did find a key. Once used, the key will disappear, but the door will also open and thou may pass through. Well, let us use our key. And the door is open. So one of the early objectives in this game mostly is to find a way to get more keys, because we're going to encounter some locked doors and they're going to bar our progress, and we don't get keys till much, much later, and they cost us money. So let's talk to everybody in the castle. King Lorik will record thy deeds in his imperial scrolls so that they may return to thy quest later. This is how you save and load the game. We're going to be doing safety saves because there's a lot of randomness to this game and it can go south pretty quickly. If thou art planning to take a rest, first see King Lorik. That's just encouraging you to save your game before you quit playing. There was a time when Brecconary was a paradise. Then the Dragon Lord's minions came. Where, oh where, can I find Princess Gwaelin? She's in a cave to the east being held by a dragon. When entering the cave, take with thee a torch. Where, oh where, can I find Princess Gwaelin? I just said. Deep's coming was foretold by the legend. May the light shine upon this brave warrior. So this fellow, that mage-looking guy there, and the flashing, he will restore your health and your MP for free, and I'm going to be taking a lot of advantage of that early in the game because you are really gated by money. Welcome to Tentacle Castle. Oops, that's all he said. Welcome to Tentacle Castle. I don't know if it's Tentacle or Tentacle. We are merchants who have traveled much in this land. Many of our colleagues have been killed by the servants of the Dragon Lord. Rumor has it that entire towns have been destroyed by the Dragon Lord's servants. I love the walk into the wall sound in this game. So there's a locked door that we might open later with a key. To become strong enough to face future trials, thou must first battle many foes. So he's telling us to grind up so that our experience level goes up, and we have some skills to pay the bills, as they say. Thou must have a key to open the door. You're not wrong. Here's another door we can't pass yet. And I think if we walk out here, we're going to leave the castle. Yes, so we have. But we'll head over here to this town that they mentioned called Brecconary. Thou art most welcome in Brecconary. I'm stumbling over my words today. That'll be fun. Welcome, enter the shop and speak to the shopkeeper across the desk. So do we have any gear? I think you don't start with any gear in this game. I think that's right. So we're going to buy some early equipment. We deal in weapons and armor. Does thou wish to buy anything today? Yes, we should buy a... Let's see, we have 120. So we should buy a club. What can we afford to buy in combination? Well, we want offense. I kind of don't want to waste time spending on things I'm not going to buy. But offense is really useful for grinding up stuff. So I'm going to buy a club and maybe nothing and try to get to either the leather armor or the small shield before I get my butt handed to me. So we'll buy the club and that's it for now. So we need how many? We need 20 gold, 10 gold to get the leather armor, and then 90 for the shield. So we'll come back when we have 10 gold. Watch the hit points when in the poisonous march. Watch thy hit points. Please save us from the minions of the Dragon Lord. Did I equip? I think I equipped it. I will double check. How do I... Status. My weapon is the club. Okay, it is equipped. That's interesting. I think equipping is automatic in this game. Go north to the seashore, then follow the coastline west until thou hast reached Garnham. So that will be one of our early objectives. Garnham is a good place for us to gear up before we head west. No, I'm not Princess Gwaelin. Many have been the warriors who have perished on this quest. But for thee I wish success, Deep. We got another locked door here, so that guy might have some crucial information we could use later, which will cost us a lot of money to get. Tell King Lorik that the search for his daughter hath failed. I'm almost gone. So I think that's meant to be an injured soldier telling you that he's dying from his wounds or something. Over here, what do we got? Enter where thou can. So this game has an interesting, in this series actually, the early parts of this series anyway, within sight of Tangential Castle to the south is Charlock. Oh, this is a fun fact. So in this game, in the NES version, they created this name Charlock for the name of the Dragonlord's castle, but it was completely made up for the English localization. I only learned that recently. The Fortress of the Dragonlord. But what I was about to say is they have these interior and exterior environments, which you can cross over, and usually they're indicated by like a little indentation here, but there's some that are hidden, and I think it's a really neat system. So we are now in this item shop, or tool shop, and this guy has herbs, torches, and dragon scales, all of which will be useful. We're going to need some torches later on. Herbs are a good way to restore health on the move before we get our spells. We'll get our spells in a couple levels, so we might not bother with that too much. And I believe the dragon scale will give us some extra defense if we buy it, but it costs 20, so we'll come back for some of that later. See what this fellow has to say. There's a town where magic keys may be purchased. Good, good. We'll head there. Art thou the descendant Erdrick? Hast thou any proof? See King Lorik when thy experience levels are raised. If thou art cursed, come again. That guy can heal us of curses, and there's a door there we can't open yet, and this fellow says, beware the bridges, danger grows when thou crosses, and he's just indicating to us that the zones, the overworld areas are kind of, they're split up by rivers that you can cross with bridges, and once you've crossed a river, generally things get much harder. So we'll need to take care when crossing rivers for a period of time. So I'm just going to run around in this forest a little bit, which I think slightly improves our encounter rate. I don't know that for sure. It feels like it does anyway. We're going to kill slimes and red slimes, which is hopefully all that we'll encounter at this point, until we can afford that leather armor. I think I might actually just spend some time here and grind up to like level 3 or so. And this is going to be most of the stream. Whee! Ooh, a red slime. Alright, we attack first and we kill them in one hit, so that's good. They're all worth 1 gold, so we'll have to kill 10 to get that armor. Looks like the blue guys are worth 1 experience and the red guys are worth 2. So we will have to kill a full 10 of them to get our gold. Well, it's not taking too long. In subsequent Dragon Quest games, they relocalized the red slimes as she slimes. I guess they're meant to be male and female versions of the same species. Oh, the encounter rate in this game is quite high, which works for us at this point. Hey, we gained our first level. Courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Thy power increases by 1. I would have liked a lot more for that. 7 hit points isn't bad. That's it. Oh boy. All right, good luck, us. Still aiming for that 10 more gold to get that leather armor. Okay, survived a hit. That hasn't happened yet. And he did 3 damage, so we'll assume they do about 3 damage and make sure to be careful not to go below where 3 damage would finish us off. We have enough for that armor. I'm going to go purchase it. Whoops, not in the castle, but in the town. Okay, so what would our next objective be? We could go to 90 for a small shield. That's quite a bit, or 180 for a copper sword. Don't worry, we're not going to kill 90 or 180 slimes. We're going to go to level 3 and then we're going to probably move on a little bit. Maybe fight some tougher enemies that will give us better return on our investment. Ghosts and maybe mages. Mages are very dangerous though. Okay, still hit me for 3. His armor's not doing much for me. Oops, I paused the game. You can pause the game pressing start, but there's no indication that it's paused. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, what is my defense? 7. Guess leather armor's not a lot. The enemy art in this game, a lot of the art actually, but the enemy art in particular was designed by Akira Toriyama of Dragon Ball fame. Everybody knows that, but I'm just sharing some fun facts while we're grinding stuff up. Cool enemy designs, very creative. Not like sort of anything else. There's sort of a lightness, maybe a joy to them. I mean, they're scary monsters, but they're drawn in a kind of cutesy cartoon style. Wonder how much XP we need for level 3. Can't be too long. Well, with 7 for 1, I wonder if it's like 30. Somewhere around there. Max level in this game, I think, is level 30. You can finish the game much earlier than that, but it's tough to do so. And you can rescue the princess. Probably 11 is really early to do that. I usually like to go to 15, which is kind of late, but it makes it a lot easier. Again, it really depends a lot on random numbers. If you get really lucky, you can get anything anytime. I think at 3 we will learn our first spell. I'm hoping to learn the heal spell. We might learn the harm spell first. Healing really opens the game up and lets us travel quite a ways. We won't need to buy healing herbs to recover our health. Oof. Alright. Colors have changed, meaning my hit points have been reduced low enough that maybe it's worrisome. I don't know, I could take one more hit. Should I gamble with that? I think I'm gonna. That's a risky thing to do on a stream. I did not know that fact, Neptunia. That is fun. Neptunia writes, the real fun fact is Koichi Sugiyama, who music composed the Dragon Quest games, also worked on composing Tetris 2 and Bombliss on the Famicom. Ooh, critical hit. See, that's the secret. If you can get a critical hit, you can get through that dragon fight. You can get through a lot of tough fights. It's playing dangerous here. Oh gosh. Come on. That is Just get back. See, that's how I was gambling. Scary. Alright, I'm just going to talk to this fellow over here to recover my hit points. I probably, whenever I do this, I'm just going to talk to the king just to avoid if I make a bad call like I did just then. Oh, did he not recover my hit points? He must recover my MP only. Okay. Okay. Learn something here. So I will actually have to stay at the inn. Gosh, I hope I can make it to the inn. Good luck me. Alright, we made it to the inn. Once we have the healing spell, that guy will recover our MP, and we can use that to recover our HP. But for now, we need to stay at the inn, which is very costly. It's very costly early, anyway. $22 HP. Alright, well, let's see if we can get that level. Come on, level. You know, technically, I could probably walk up to the first dungeon. Oops, this guy attacked me first. Just to make that nervous, make me nervous. If I remember correctly, the first dungeon does not have any enemies in it. I don't think it has anything rewarding in it, but it does have a story beat. So, oh, we did just reach level 2. What did we get? Courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. My power increased by 2. That's good. Response speed by 2. Maximum hit points by 2. That's not great. 5 hit points and we learned a new spell. The spell is heal. All right, we're in pretty good shape. So I'm just going to head up here and we're going to hop into this cave. But the heal spell lets us take on a little bit more risk, so I'm more comfortable traveling further, and we might try to cross the bridge to the east and take on some slightly tougher enemies, just for the better return on investment. So I am indoors. In this original version, they have a light system, so you need to use torches to light things up. I'm just going to follow the right-hand rule here. Hopefully I don't run out of torches before I finish the first dungeon. It's pretty small if I remember correctly. There's also a neat effect in this game where the dungeon music gets lower in pitch and slower the further into the dungeon you go, the further down in a dungeon you go. Oh, I hope my torch doesn't go out. I will have such a hard time getting out of here. Okay, we found it. Fortune smiles upon thee deep. Thou hast found the tablet. The tablet reads as follows. I am Erdrick, and thou art my descendant. 3 items were needed to reach the Isle of Dragons, which is south of Brecconary. I gathered these items, reached the island, and there defeated a creature of great evil. Now I have entrusted the items to 3 worthy keepers. Their descendants will protect the items until thy quest leads thee to seek them out. When a new evil arises, find the 3 items, then fight. And I think that's all that's in the first dungeon. So we'll head back out, but now we know we need 3 items that have been entrusted to 3 keepers. And I probably won't be doing any additional dungeon delving until we get a light spell. Bumping into all the walls. Alright, well, that was... Ooh, a magician. Oh no. Oh no. This is risky. Should I run? If he hits me twice, he might be able to kill me. I should run. I should really start these fights with full health. Did I save? I don't think I did. Come on, magician, let me get away. Whew, that was scary. I should go save. Oh, I don't have enough MP to cast heal. Oh boy, everything's so bad. Alright, at least it's a slime. I did this very poorly. Come on, you can do it. I didn't realize as you level, you don't actually get your MP, even though your max goes up. You need to recover your MP here. Alright, 5 MP. Now we can cast our heal spell. Which we can cast once. Well, once is better than nonce. 24 is our max, so I'm going to talk to the king here, but then we're going to go ghost hunting, I think. Try to get another level or 2 under our belt, or enough money to buy the better equipment. We could also head up to, there's the next town we can reach on the coast, Garenham we were told about, but we won't do that for now. I'm greatly pleased that thou hast returned deep. Before reaching thy next level of experience, thou must gain 21 points. Well, thou tell me thou of thy deeds so they won't be forgotten? Yeah, sure. Thy deeds have been recorded on the Imperial Scrolls of Honor. Dost thou wish to continue thy quest? Yes, we do. Goodbye now, Deep. Take care and tempt not the fates. Well, I'm gonna go tempt some fates. For the sake of streaming, I gotta tempt fates. If I play it safe, this game is gonna take forever. So with my single heal spell, I'm gonna walk across this bridge and fight some ghosts and some magicians and stuff. And we'll see how badly that goes. I am in the habit, so I did run away from a fight there, but generally speaking, oh, here's a ghost. I try not to run from fights, because even tough fights are pretty easy in this game and don't take very long. And the money and experience you need early is so vast that it's just helpful not to bother with running. Alright, let's see if we can actually take out a magician. Oh, well, excellent move. Good time for that. 4 experience and 11 gold. That's great return. Except it costs us everything, so I'm just going to head back and heal up. Hopefully I'll only encounter slimes on the way. And that's the formula. 11 gold, that's a good deal. This process will speed up a little bit once I gain another level or 2. Hey buddy, give me some MP. Oh, my hit points are still at max? That is true. Nope, almost true. Alright, we'll have another go. And our next milestone for equipment is that shield at 90. Just 50 more gold. If I could kill 5 mages, that's enough. I think the ghosts are better fights at this point, even though the mages are worth a lot of XP, because they're easier, and I think they're also worth 4 and 4. Draki is worth 2 and 2. That's not bad. Okay, here's our mage again. 2 hit points. Maybe I'm not ready to fight these guys yet. I have a lot of hit points. Alright. I need you to die now. Oh no! How about now? Please die. Whew! I don't think I'm ready for mages. Alright. Oops. Good XP, but very dangerous. Good gold. Okay, XP. Really need a better weapon, or a level that will give me some more attack. Because hitting them for 2 and 3 at a time isn't going to work. The sword, if I remember correctly, is 180 gold. That's a lot of gold for now. Alright, we'll store our MP. Restore our HP. And restore our MP again. I'm going to save again. Bonk. Make the bonk sound when you walk into people. Hello, King. How's it going? I'm greatly pleased you've returned before reaching the next level. one experience point. Yes, we'll tell you of our deeds. I mean, I think it's either this level or the next level I should have learned the hurt spell, which might be better for dealing with those mages, which will give us a way to get money and XP a little faster. I'm gonna get this 1 XP here. Come on, slime. Hey, we gained a level. I hope I get a lot of attack. I hope I get a lot of MP. Either would be good. Courage and wit have served thee well. We've been promoted to the next level. Responsibility. I got no attack. Wow. Deep is a bad name. Don't pick Deep for your character name for this game. 2 speed, 7 hit points, 11 magic points. That is a lot of magic points. I guess we're a caster. All right, well, let's go. Let's go restore our magic. And we're going to fight with spells for a little bit. And 16 magic. All right, let's definitely, I think we can pretty safely take on those mages now, so we'll go fight them a little bit, maybe until we get our shield. Or actually, you know what? I think the encounter table is the same up by our next town, so we can head up that way and see what's going on. I think we also up here encounter ghosts and mages. Can at least get the gear table in our head to think about what we're going to build towards in terms of money. It's so slow. So let's talk about a little bit like how the HD remake didn't do this game very well. And that is they just kind of used the engine they were using for their other HD remake games. Now you notice in this game you play a lone hero and you always fight one enemy at a time. They decided that you would continue to play a lone hero, but you would fight groups of enemies. And there's all sorts of design ramifications involved in that sort of decision, and they didn't really deal with any of them well, so it just felt really rough for that reason. That was maybe the worst part. Garin, a wandering minstrel of legendary fame, is said to have built this town. Uh-oh, I think I just got blocked in. This is a tool shop. There's a dragon scale here, herbs and torches, same as before. Please walk up. Oh no. Then please walk down twice. Up, up, up. Yay! Freedom! Many believe that Princess Gwaelin is hidden away in a cave. I do too. I know where Princess Gwaelin is. But only because I've played this game before. Welcome to Garnham. May thy stay be a peaceful one. We have another locked door here we can't use yet. It's said that the princess was kidnapped and taken eastward. A clue. We deal in weapons and armor. Let's see what kinds of weapons and armor you get. So you have a copper sword, a hand axe for 560. That's such a good piece of gear though. Chainmail for 300, half plate for 1,000, and a large shield for 800. Boy, those are pricey things, but we'd love to have some of them. Okay, well, let's move on. That's all we got here is mostly just the item shop for now, till we get keys. I guess we're back to fighting those mages and ghosts and stuff. Let's see if our new spell helps. Link is a good name. Does it result in good stat growth, or is it just fun to play as a character from a different Nintendo property? Three experience and 3 gold for ghosts. And they're pretty easy. So that's the encounter we want, ideally. That's maybe my favorite right now. But we'll take mages. We'll see if we can kill the mages with our spells. Hopefully. I actually don't know what the spell costs. So we'll find that out. I'm sure we have enough MP to cast it at least a couple of times. Draki. We almost have enough for that shield. I will definitely right away go back for it when we can afford it. I like it. So well, let's see what happens here. This is the moment of truth here. So we're going to cast Hurt. It does 5 damage, which is better than our hits. And it only costs 2, so that's a good deal for now. Or 9? Okay, it does a big range of damage, but that's good offense, and we have enough for that shield, so we're going to head back. Of course, shield doesn't help us with the magic attacks, which is what we're mostly concerned with. Ah, well. I should buy the shield first. One shield, please. And just to verify, we are wearing this small shield, and our defense now matches our offense. That's not bad. I will top off and save, and then we'll go hunting some more mages. Our next objective then is either... It's probably the sword, but we may actually get enough levels that we want to just move on without the sword for now. Let's see. I want to cast Heal. I think that's max HP 31. Yeah. Thankfully, when you purchase new gear, you will sell your old gear for some amount of money. I'm pleased you've returned. We need 40 experience points to the next level. We will save. Yes. We do want to continue. In terms of getting money fast, I believe there's a cave we can grind in the west of here. We're not going to do it yet. We're definitely not prepared for it yet. But I think it has a chest that continues to refill with money. Or you might have to save and quit and then reload your game, which is actually hard in my setup, but we'll see if we can make it happen if we need to. Slime dodged me. The other things that the HD remake did a little poorly is well, all of the HD remakes add a bunch of like cutscenes and stuff that are, you know, they're not awful, but they don't really add a lot to the experience. They kind of slow it down a little bit because they're not like amazing either. So I kind of feel like they shouldn't have bothered. And in addition to that, they added some content, which was not, again, awful, but also nothing to write home about. Kind of felt a lot like an RPG Maker game, honestly, in terms of quality. But they made the game a lot more linear, which I think really undercuts the feel of it, honestly. So we needed 80 XP to get to the next level. That's going to be about 110, 115, somewhere in that range. Some of the design considerations that are problematic when you have a single character party. Oh, the other thing I didn't like is they had a lot of enemies from like they spent a lot of time to try to link this game, Dragon Quest, and the subsequent games, or the first three anyway, which sort of form a trilogy. And in doing so, they included a lot of like enemies from the subsequent games, but the enemies in this game are very iconic, so it felt very out of place. But one of the design considerations I was going to say is a lot of the enemies have abilities that are like single target disabling abilities, it makes sense in the subsequent games when you have a party, but when it's just a single hero, it just drags everything out so much if an enemy like licks you or whatever, and you lose your turn. But if it's just you versus a bunch of enemies, that's a brutal, brutal experience. Hello, Barath. Boy, I'm going to be screwing your name up. Barathraben? Barathraben? One of my favorite series too. I think 4 is my favorite. It's probably up in the running for my favorite game, but my favorite in the series for sure. Oops, I was a little distracted here. Let's not die to a mage. That's the other risk. The other risk is I'm going to be grinding up some stuff and just kind of space out and do something stupid. Alright, I have 6 MP left. That's 1 heal or a couple of hurt spells, so we'll stick with it for now, but the next time probably we encounter a mage, we're going to withdraw. Looks like we're about to level though, so that'll be nice. Missed the ghost. I'm very excited to see what they're going to announce for the 40th anniversary. They said they have some stuff planned. I mean, obviously, we've been talking about the HD remakes, which they did last year for 3 and for 1 and 2, in that order, weirdly. And they have the remake of 7 in the works, which I think is due for release in February of 2026. I'm hoping to get some more information about 12 or announcements of other remakes, maybe. Like I said, 4 is my favorite, so I'd really like to hear them do something with 4. Yeah, it really changes things, and that's why I can't really recommend Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD remake if that's your only Dragon Quest experience. The Dragon Quest 1 meaning. The 2 is not bad. It's okay. You have a party in 2, so it kind of works. It has some of the same problems, but they were much less impactful. And the original 2, at least the NES version, which is the version I played, was actually extremely clunky, so it smoothed some of those over. All right, we made a level. My power increased by finally got some power. 4 power. 2 speed, 4 hit points, 4 magic points, and nothing else. Alright, well, should we top off? I guess we can... I'm gambling again. I guess we can stick it out here a little bit. do one more risky fight maybe. Yeah, let's take this mage and then get out. Hey, four damage to mages now. That's much improved. Alright, how's our money? We have 83. Was there something at 90 we wanted to buy? No, we already did. So we're waiting for the sword, or I guess chainmail is the next thing we would really do as an upgrade. That's a long way off. But really we just want to kind of get, I mean, if we get the light spell, we can head to the west to that cavern and maybe start grinding there a little bit. Or we can proceed to the east and start fighting like scorpions and stuff, but that's going to be really risky for another level or so. Alright, we're going to need to top off twice here. I think that's our max, 35. Yep. Might grind up one more level and then move on somewhere. Hello, Mr. King. How are things? You're greatly pleased that I'm returned. Me too. 100 points. 103 for a level. That's a lot. Yeah, we'll tell you about my deeds. 103. That's a lot. Well, let's do something crazy. We did just save, so I'm gonna head all the way east and see what it's like to fight like a scorpion. It could be really terrible, or it could be really lucrative. Maybe that hurt spell will be our edge. We definitely don't have the offense yet without that sword. I think the scorpions are worth 20 gold though, so that's a good amount. We are one-shotting Drakes, that's nice. So it'll be about 220 XP for the next level. Oh, I guess we could buy the dragon scale. That might have been something I should have done before going after these scorpions, but I didn't, and now I'm halfway there, so we're gonna stick to it. Alright, what's it like over here? Let's be careful. Skeletons. Oh, Magidrake. Alright, let's use our spells on this. I don't want to screw around. 11, not bad. So what is a Magidrake worth? 5 experience and 10 gold. So 20 Magidrakes will get us a level. Still quite a few. Uh-oh. Careful. Well, we might be on our way to. Oh, here's what I was worried about. All right, we got the scorpion. Let's see what happens here. I need to save 5 MP to heal. Oh, we got a scorpion, and it's 6 and 13. It's only 13 gold, but that's still a good amount of gold. But I think I'm gonna retreat for now. I am going to actually cast heal right away, just to have that buffer. Do we have enough for our sword? Almost, not quite. I'll buy the dragon scale. All right, let's see if we can fight a mage without any hurt magic. I guess I have one. Dragon Warrior 4, well, you're going to get me gushing about it because, like I said, it's my favorite. The DS version, the remake, was called Chapters of the Chosen, and it's so named because it's broken into 5 different chapters, and in each chapter you follow one hero at the beginning part of his journey, or a group of heroes, and then in the 5th chapter they all unite. It's a pretty cool design for this sort of era. Alright, before I heal up and save, I am going to buy that dragon scale. Which I think, again, this game's a little difficult to parse, but I think it does improve our defense. I can check. I'll do it before and after here. So what do we got? We got our defense is 14, and if I buy this scale, pardon me, I need to equip it. And now my strength is, or my defense is 16. Okay, so 2 points of defense. Definitely worth it. It was also on the NES. I think it was the last NES Dragon Quest game. And it had a US release, but it was the last one released in the US until 7. It was a very late NES game. I think it was released even after the Super Nintendo was already out. Oops. Is that... Are we topped off? Not sure. We were one shy. Okay, so we should be, you know, we're like 50 away from a level. So this, what we just did, that wasn't too bad. We can do that again until we get our sword. I think once we have the sword, we can maybe feel comfortable going into that territory a little more boldly. 65 points. Well, it's a little more than I said, but it'll get us there. What is that exactly? That'll be 220. And we need 180 for the sword. Well, I don't know if you have an opportunity to play it, but I highly recommend it. The NES version is good. The DS version is very good. I'm sure, I suspect they're planning to do an HD remake of the second trilogy. Oh yeah, I guess I should mention that. It kicks out like 4, 5, and 6 are technically kind of also a trilogy. Alright, Magidrakes, skeletons, and scorpions. Here we go. You know, I think when I played these games as a kid, I was very stingy with my MP, so I would probably not do something like we're doing now, which is use the hurt spell to kind of get through some of these tougher encounters early, which meant I would probably just overgrind. which made the game, I'm sure, take a lot longer than it needed to. Alright, one more. One more. Come on. I think we can just fight the magicians now. Maybe not. It's still a little low. Well, I'm going to head back, and the reason I'm going to head back is by the time I get back, I'll be able to buy that sword. And that'll be a nice little upgrade for us. Especially with an encounter rate like this. Although, I'll take ghosts all day. 3 XP, 3 gold? Yes, please. It's taking me literally, or taking me at my word anyway. We got our ghosts. Finally time to stop beating things with a wooden club. Had a good run though. What is our, we still need another 35 XP to level. But this should make it go a little faster. Yes, sir. I would finally like a proper weapon, please. See, they bought my club for 30 gold. So interesting that this game had automatic buying, selling, and equipping. Alright, how did that change our stats? It looks like our attack power is now 23, which is quite good. Or, you know, a significant upgrade from where it was. I'll top off and save our game. Hello, Crypto Coffee. Yeah, I'm certain that 1 through 3 had Super Nintendo remake or Super Famicom remakes. They didn't really come to the US. I don't know if 4 was ever on the Super Famicom. Alright, we have 35 points to our next level. We are saving our game. We're just going to keep at it. Hopefully that level's going to be meaningful. Nine damage, not bad. I like it. Six damage to a Draki. Eight to a Ghost. This is a good weapon. I'm going to counter every step. Oop. Critical hit on a Draki, very much overkill. Yeah, they did some cool stuff. I actually really liked the Game Boy Color versions of 1 through 3. I thought they did a really good job with those. They might be my favorite versions of the early games in the series. Possibly because they mostly stuck close to the originals. They had less colors to deal with, but whoops. I'm And they did like a slight rebalance pass, but they just felt pretty good. Oh my gosh. Stop missing the mage. Okay, we can do 8 damage to a mage, so we can fight a mage without the hurt spell pretty consistently now. I'm still going to use it for the Magidrakis and the Scorpions. Of 1 through 3, full disclosure, I haven't played the Super Famicom versions of those, but I did really. So the 1 through 3 were available in the US on the Game Boy Color, and I thought they were really good versions. In fact, 3 on the Game Boy Color, I thought was really technically impressive because it had all of the... it had animated enemy sprites, which was something the Super Nintendo games did, but was really hard to pull off on hardware like the Game Boy Color. Not following my own guidance here. Don't attack the scorpions, just use the spell. Alright, we finally made our level. How are we doing here? Next level, power 4. That's nice. 3 hit points, not so great. 4 MP. Alright, no spells. Yeah, it is what it is. Alright, let's kill a few more things. This 4 attack is probably going to help a lot. And we're doing 9 to ghosts now. But we'll go save our game and level up, and then we'll push to the next town. After I finish this little grinding session. Well, let's see what happens if we attack a scorpion. Let's see how much damage we're doing now. 9! That might be enough to go for it. 5, it's kind of middling. 3 rounds? It's close. It's close. How about a Magidraki? This is a risk. My HP is a little low. Yeah, not bad. I think we can just straight up just attack these guys now. Alright. I'm gonna heal up and head back. And then we'll head to Cole. Wow, well, that didn't go so smooth. So our next goal monetarily is if we go to chainmail, which is 300 coins. We're like halfway there. The hand axe would be even better. I think that was 560. We'll see what's for sale at Cole. Hello, Miplet 2. How you doing today? Glad people are showing up. I wasn't sure I would get a lot of people for Dragon Quest. Good. Glad to hear it. Am I just 38? Yeah, looks like. Alright, we'll save up and move on. This is going to be a painful number here. It's probably going to be like 250. How much for our next level, sir? 199, that's not awful. So what's that going to be? That's going to be 240? No, 250. 350. All right, tempt not the fates. Well, today we're in the business of tempting the fates a little bit. Simply because we're trying to make as much progress as we can in the next 3 hours or so. Oof. Okay, more traveling east. Now that we're pretty comfy fighting the things in that continent. Them scorpions and wizards and magidrakis. Oof. They're making it sure to get there. I think we're going to start getting the utility spells soon. There's 3 spells that help us navigate, and those are Outside and Return. Outside will let us leave a dungeon. Return will let us go back to Tantagel. And Radiant is the light spell. So those are our next spell objectives in terms of leveling. And then we probably want the second healing spell. And then once we have all of those pieces, we're pretty much good to go. For a while anyway. We can start doing the actual important parts of this game. Alright, welcome to Cole. Hello, sir. This is the village of Cole. I knew that. Dreadful is the South Island. Great strength and skill and wit only will bring thee back from that place. You're not wrong. He means we should level a bunch before we head south. Grind, build experience, get gold, buy better gear, rinse, repeat. Yep. And it doesn't get much more original than this. Please save us from the minions of the Dragon Lord. Gollum is afraid of the music of the flute, so 'tis said. In legends, it is said that fairies know how to put Gollum to sleep. East of Hawksness, there is a town, it is said, where one may purchase weapons of extraordinary quality. You're a toolsman, huh? Weapons and armor. All right, let's see what we can buy in Cole. We can get the copper sword and the hand axe, half plate, full plate, or a small shield. All right, well, I guess hand axe is the next thing we would buy from here. 560 is a long way off, though. Okay, there's an inn. This bath cures rheumatism. Hast thou seen Nestor? I think he may need help. All right, I'm gonna use my meta knowledge here and pick up the flute, which is, I think, here. I discovered the fairy flute, which I know from a clue that we'll get in a much later town. I'm just gonna snag it now, save some time. We are brave as thy ancestor. You cannot defeat the Dragon Lord with such weapons. Come here again. How's my life doing? It's not bad. And there's a fellow behind a door. Are we the descendant of Erdrick? Have we any proof? Have we been to the southern island? No, I haven't. Chrono Trigger was pretty fantastic. I agree. It's hardly been topped by now. To the south, I believe, there is a town called Remolder. Yep, we're headed there soon. Welcome, we deal in weapons and tools. What can I do for thee? Dragon scale and wings. Remolder's the place to buy keys. Yay, finally we can buy keys. All right, so we're kind of gonna grind around Cole for a little bit, but just to see what kind of options are available to us. I'm also going to dip into the cave to the south here and see what the experience and fights are like in there. I'm not even going to bring a torch. I'm just going to go in and like walk around in the dark a little bit. Oh, that hurt badly. Wow, that went down a lot faster than I thought it would. Alright, well, we're in the dark. Let's see how bad this is. This could be pretty bad. I will stick near the stairs. Alright, well, there's scorpions in here. We were fighting scorpions up above, so that's not bad. Yeah, you're listing off all the great early JRPG series. Just as good as Chrono Trigger? You know, maybe not. Maybe that was the best. Nothing jumps to mind. I mean, there's been some interesting stuff since, but Chrono Trigger was pretty fantastic. Okay, so these Druins, they hit pretty hard and have lots of life. What are they worth? 7 and 15 is not bad, but I need to leave because just walking through this swamp is gonna hurt enough. Oh. Well, that's not a good plan. That just costs us too much healing to get get into the swamp cave. So we're going to walk back home. We're going to top off. And I guess we're just going to grind near coal on the surface creatures for a little bit. You know, I kickstarted Sea of Stars, but I never got around to playing it. Too many games. I'm trying to think of the name. What the heck is that? It's a long-running series. It's part of the Dragon Slayer series, actually. My friend swears by it, but for good modern JRPGs, the Trails series, that's what it is. Legend of Heroes, which is also an extremely old game by origin, but has a lot of modern entries. Alright, looks like we need 49 XP to hit our next level. So I'm going to do a quick save here at the King. I haven't tried Clair Obscura. I guess people do say it feels very much like a JRPG. I just hadn't had a chance. You know, it's a fairly recent game. I was surprised that it did so well at the Game Awards. I didn't expect it to sweep. So, people are kind of grumpy about that. I mean, it's hard to comment not having played it, but you know, looked all right. I just don't know that it was the best game in every category. It doesn't look like it didn't at a glance look like it was the best game in every category. Then again, the Game Awards are a little bit, you know, ad hoc. A lot of people vote for games because they've heard of them and for no other reason. I mostly pay attention to them for the game announcements. I feel like it's hard to get keep tabs on what new games are available nowadays. That kind of games journalism has kind of disappeared. Timing based, so is it like a rhythm game or timing based, sort of like Mario RPG or like Legend of Dragoon kind of thing? Or something else entirely. Maybe I completely don't understand. Okay. Mario RPG was good. I really liked the early games in that series. So, you can do worse borrowing from the greats. Ooh, a skeleton. We haven't fought a skeleton yet. Let's see how badly this goes. I'm already at 20 HP. Maybe I should open with a heal. Maybe I should. Because he hits for 5. Okay, let's be careful here. We can hit him for 7. That's good exchange. Unless we miss. Oh, he hit me for 9. Okay, careful. Careful. Oh my, he has a lot of hit points. Alright, come on, don't die. Oh my gosh, way more hit points than I thought. Wow, that was a close one. Okay, but we got 25 gold. That's a good amount of gold. 11 XP is okay. But we're gonna get GTFO. I thought the original Mario RPG was pretty good. Very innovative. It was cool to play with those characters in that world. Well, so are we all. I mean, that's if you're hanging out with Digital Eclipse, that's what you get. Oh boy. Oh boy. We might be cutting this one a little close here. Oh, come on. Oh no! We've died. Oh boy. Alright, well, we did just save recently, but that was costly. Alright, well now we know skeletons are scary. Alright, let's try that again. Is this, okay. He did, so what happens when you die? You lose a bunch of gold. So is it better to restart to get the gold back? It probably is. I'm not in a good position to hit my reset button here though. Let me see if I can do that on stream without screwing too much up. It's going to be challenging, but we're going to try. So hang on here, and if this goes really badly, I'll put us on break and we'll come back. That money is too valuable to give up. All right, we are back. Yes, all right. Not giving up my 100 gold. I should have thought I need like a reset stick, something I can reach over and hit the system with. Change my setup somehow to make that easier. 25 gold is good, but it's probably not worth the risk of fighting skeletons yet. So maybe we just push to another level with just the Magidrakes and Scorpions. Maybe we'll wait till we get that hand axe, or even just some better armor. Alright, so this is where we live for a while. Hopefully, Square Enix will give us a little more insight into what's going on with Dragon Quest XII this year. I mean, all we have is an announcement, I think. It's been a long time coming for that one. Wow, we're gonna level pretty fast. This is actually not bad experience here. Two more Magidrakes. Drakes should do it. Draki? They're called Drakes. I think I called them Drakes when I was a kid, and that's why I said that. And we do actually have enough, if we want to improve our armor slightly, for that chainmail. Maybe we ought to do that. The next upgrade for armor, I think, is a full 1,000. I don't super remember, though. Maybe we should run by Garenham again and check the prices. I don't remember if there's anything cheaper. There might have been an 800? We want to skip all the way over the chainmail. That is the secret to doing this game fast, is to just avoid some of the items as you step up the item ladder. Oh, I thought we were leveling at 350. Did I miscalculate? Or did we level at 350 and that was before the save? Maybe that's the case. Well, I'll keep doing this till I run out of MP, and then we'll visit that town and we'll visit the king and we'll get our bearings in terms of what our next objectives are. XP and money-wise. Final Fantasy is it's a long series, first of all. I feel like I like the first part of that series a lot better than I like the modern games. A lot of people, like, 7 was a big seller and brought a lot of people, it was a lot of people's first RPG or JRPG, both even. But I kind of like 1 through 6 much, much better. And I thought 7 was okay, and I didn't really like the direction they went after that. That's my controversial opinion. You can write hate mail to Digital Eclipse, tweet at us, join our Discord and yell at me. And I tried some of the latter games, and they just didn't click with me. It was a transition, though, in part. Like, there's a lot of reasons why, but some of it was that era, the 90s era, late 90s, early aughts, was when games like, you know, the CD format had just come into really popularity in terms of delivering games on CDs, and it just got so very big. And because of that, I feel like there's a lot of fluff in those games that doesn't need to be. Like, they're very unfocused games. Like I teased about Final Fantasy VII, you know, there's sort of this storytelling. It's like, oh, you have to figure out what Sephiroth is up to and save the world from, you know, this threat. And it's like, yeah, but we got to go to the casino and then the haunted house, and then it's like, well, what are we even doing? You're just being silly. They all had really good music. I will never say anything bad about the music in those games. I was going to say as a kid. That's not correct. When I was in college, so a little bit beyond when I was a kid, but not much, I had multiple copies of NES Final Fantasy, so I could have multiple save files, because Final Fantasy, the original, the NES cart, you can only have one save file. I think these scorpions are our best bang for our buck right now. I have enough for a hand axe. That's what we're gonna buy. I should probably head back. I'm taking a little bit of risk by not doing it now. But yeah, hand axe is good. We'll go get that. I think Final Fantasy IV, I don't think, I know, Final Fantasy IV is my favorite Final Fantasy. Something about 4 in game series, it seems to be when they figure their act out quite a bit. A lot of people say 6, but 4 is my favorite. I didn't actually play a lot of Final Fantasy VIII. As I said, I kind of felt, I didn't dislike 7, but it was the game that sort of put me out the series. And I dabbled in them after that, but I'm not super familiar. All right, let's see. So we're gonna buy this hand. Oh, it's $560. Why did I think it was $480? I was confused. All right. Well, we're maybe close enough that we should save up for it anyway. But we can swap out our shield for 800. Or half plate for 1,000. Both of those are improvements. But yeah, I think I just need more offense. So I'm gonna save up for that hand axe. Yeah, 4 was Final Fantasy II in North America. That's correct. Now the enemies are running from me. Okay, let's talk to the king. Boy, I guess we're still grinding. I had hoped to be able to do, you know, it is the nature of this game. I'd hope to be able to do a little bit more progress around now. How much XP do we need? Here we go. 27 more. Alright, that's not bad. That'll be pretty fast. Yeah, I hear interesting things about the latter Final Fantasy games, and I've dabbled in them. I played 12, I played 15, I think I bought 16 but never played it. I'm a big fan of Vagrant Story. That's what drove me to 12, but the systems just didn't really click for me. Alright, we're going to gain a little bit of XP to gain our level, a little bit of gold to get our axe, and hopefully that's enough for now. I think that's 13? I've lost track at this point, though. They all kind of blur together. I guess the MMO is pretty popular, although, you know, completely different style of game, I would imagine. Or a completely different audience, at least. Although I guess Dragon Quest had an MMO, technically, and that's the one Dragon Quest I've never played. Nope. I get it. I dabbled a little when they first came on the scene in the early, what would that have been, like mid-2000s? I had a good time, but they haven't really innovated a whole lot, so it's kind of a stale design space. Hey, there's our level. Come on, what do we get? What do we get? 2 power, that's kind of low. A lot of speed. Oh man, so few hit points. But we did learn a spell. What did we learn? Sleep, okay. Technically, sleep is enough for us to kill some of the tougher enemies in the game. If we get very lucky. I think when you put an enemy to sleep, it has a chance to wake up, and if you just keep tossing that coin and getting heads, that might never wake up. I have some buddies, some people who work here actually, who very into Ultima Online. Keep trying to get some of them on stream. Hopefully we will at Extra Life next year, but he'll talk your ear off about it. Got some pretty funny stories too. It was total anarchy. It sounded like I never played it. Alright, I'm gonna head... I think I have enough now for real for that axe, so I'm gonna head up here to Cole. Well, maybe I should head back to Garnham. Well, especially now, because I just lost some of my resources in this fight. But we're gonna get that axe. Hopefully speed up this grind a little bit. Fallout Online mod. Okay, you'll have to explain that to me because I don't know anything about that. Which Fallout? So it's like using their engine? Fallout 1 and 2 engine? That sounds crazy. Sounds pretty cool, actually, though. Ironically, I just, over the holiday break, started playing Fallout 2 again for some reason. I was just in a Fallout mood. I'll have to look that up. I mean, you can share it here, but the chat's gonna get lost, so there's probably not a good way for you to get it to me, honestly. Alright, here we go. One hand axe, please. I should be able to find it. You gave me enough information. Well, it's still not doing a ton of damage to these guys. Maybe that didn't make that much of a difference. Well, that one was 13. Maybe I spoke too soon. Let's see. What are the actual numbers? 34. So that sounds pretty big. Fallout Online Reloaded. Okay, I can probably remember that. Oops. Let's not die on the easy continent. F online, so no Fallout. I'll find it. I think I can get it. Internet searching still works a little bit. Wow, these guys are kicking my butt. Suddenly everything's a big threat for no reason. I'm being punished for focusing too much on offense and not on any defense. Well, I'm being punished for my username and stat growth is what's really happening. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a while before we can afford more defense. Yeah, the internet's, man, don't get me started. I don't get on a soapbox, but the internet is so dead thanks to AI and, you know, search engine optimization and all that garbage. Kind of sad, really. If you ask me, you know, I was so, obviously, probably a lot of us were, like when I was in college and stuff, so into the internet. I thought it was going to be, you know, such a massive boon to humanity forever. Like, the collective knowledge of everyone on the planet. So useful. The future of humanity, really. And if you told that kid, me then, that in 15, 20 years it was kind of going to be useless and not really, like you wouldn't really go anywhere to do anything on it anymore, I wouldn't believe you. What a change. All right, 287 for the next level. That's pretty long. We'll continue our quest. Maybe we can take a stab at a skeleton again, ironically. We'll stab him with our axe. See if we can speed this along. I don't know. We'll find out. No, it's really sad, actually. I mentioned a little bit before I was... I like the Game Awards because basically it's they're not for the show itself, but for the announcements and advertisements of the games and stuff. And there used to be like tons of websites you could go to and get that kind of content, and there just really aren't anymore. And I don't know, like sometimes I hear about new releases on social media, but mostly I just don't hear about them. I'm still very interested in the state of the industry, but it's hard to keep up on that stuff. Okay, so we encountered a skeleton over here-ish. I remember as a kid liking to level in this little cluster of trees for some reason. Might be because you can encounter skeletons there. It's interesting, it might be the case in this game that, paying attention strictly to my statistics, that you don't get any defense without gear? Is it all offense? So, because I haven't really been focused on it, my defense is a little underwhelming, and that might be making it hard to face like a skeleton, for example. So I'm still using the starter leather armor and a small shield. Need 1,000 to get, or 800 to get an upgrade to either of those. All right, let's see what fighting a skeleton's like now. Okay, you can hit him for 10. That's pretty good. He hits me for 9. All right, we can get through it. It's still a little risky, but I think it's our best leveling here. Gunshade asks, how was the new year? Well, for me it was pretty good. How was it for you? A lot of time off, a lot of gaming, a lot of relaxing. Loki. Watched a lot of dumb TV. Some good TV too. More than I should have, though. Okay, I'm trying to keep my HP high because I think when I tangle with a skeleton they get 3 hits in, and that's... I don't think they can do more than about 30 damage, but I want to keep my health at about 30 damage. I haven't seen the Snowpiercer show. Is it good? Oh, I didn't see that clip of the puppets, but I saw stills from it, and it looked pretty funny. Oh dear. All right. Maybe we're still not ready for skeletons. I might have to check it out. The thing I did that was, I actually really enjoyed is Apple TV's Pluribus. That was shockingly good. It was, a little bit funny, but very intense sci-fi. Oh, okay. I like things that wrap up. Might have to check it out. What's that on? A Pluribus. It's an Apple TV show. Like the word from the coin, e pluribus unum. That's how it's spelled. All right. Well, I did sign up to Netflix to watch the rest of Stranger Things, but I should have it for another month, so maybe I can watch some Snowpiercer. Yeah, and I'm the guy that signs up for a month or two at a time and binges a bunch of stuff. So they hate me over there, I'm sure. Is it for pay on Prime, or is it with a Prime subscription you get it? $210 points. That'll be 800 experience. All right. Well, maybe I'll get started and wait for it to come all to Netflix at some point. Yeah, I don't usually bother with the smaller streaming services like that. Boy, this game really is just grinding, huh? I still like it better than the HD remake. There is much less grinding in that one. I don't even know if I've heard of Grave. What's on there? Is it associated with a particular network, or what's the deal? Oh, I one-shot a Draki. Nice. A Magidraki. Yeah, that's what I want to see, those 3-round skeletons. Hello, Donnie Retro. You been trying to catch a stream? Oh, okay. Well, that's not awful. Gold's going pretty fast now. I think we're getting ahead of the curve. I'm glad you like it. We are big fans of preservation here at Digital Eclipse. Of those games, the only one I actually worked on, me personally, was the Mega Man Legacy Collection, and I only worked on the DS version, or 3DS version, I guess. Oh, I'm glad you liked Wizardry. That was me. That was a lot me. I really enjoyed working on that one too. I should probably head back. When do you get the rest? Well, I can't talk about it, but what I can say is, if it's a possibility, we would love to do it. Yeah, well, it was actually really hard to get those games working on the 3DS. It was a fun technical challenge. So, sorry you experienced lag. We actually had to completely redo the way that we were doing rendering, because the emulated games, or those games are actually sort of meta-emulated, but they could run at full frame rate and output a texture that was, you know, the NES frame buffer essentially, but converting that frame buffer to the 3DS texture format, that just one texture took more than a frame to do. So we had to not render it the way that we had rendered other games traditionally. Yeah, and you know, like some of our titles will be on GOG. It's kind of a crapshoot. I will say it's a very small market for us, so especially now that we're part of Atari, it's a little bit harder to justify, but it's a case-by-case basis. I think that's max. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it works. Is you know, we'll be on anything and everything as long as it, you know, we want to be on anything and everything. It has to make sense for the project, and sometimes it just doesn't. All right, let's see. We already know how much XP we need. We need 800, but we're halfway to our armor upgrade. I had really hoped to get the light spell by now. I could be running that dungeon with the money. I mean, the money I'm getting is not awful. Yep, happy to provide it. I guess he's not my boss anymore. He used to be my boss. The guy who used to be my boss who worked here, he was responsible for those particular games, the Disney Afternoon stuff and the Mega Man Legacy Collection stuff. And one of the funny things was he loves to do it. There's like a bug in the original game that you can cause the NES, I said the original game, sorry. It was in, not DuckTales or DuckTales, it was in Rescue Rangers on the Disney Afternoon Collection. There's a bug that you could cause the NES to lock up, and he was the only one in the office who could reproduce it. But happened on original hardware, like it's a bug in the original source code, so we had to not fix the bug, although sometimes they do that sort of thing, but we had to make sure it didn't lock up our emulation code. Really? He went directly from slimes to metal slimes? That's pretty crazy. We are doing a lot of grinding. That's the nature of this game, unfortunately. That's why I kind of recommend the Game Boy Color version. It's a little bit better balanced. One, 7, 6, and Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Final Fantasies 1, 7, 6, and Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Oh yeah, I mean, it's very hard now. Like, even, like, we're not going to finish this today. I don't even know if we'll continue this in a future stream. We might. It's going okay. It's going a little bit better than I thought it would. But you can technically probably go into the dungeon at like level 20-ish. But it's so hard at that level. And even at level 30, which is the max level in this game, it's still kind of hard. You have to get a lot lucky. I think it's relevant. Donnie Retro, we're talking about JRPGs and stuff. A ghost? Here? This is a high encounter table for a ghost. We're mostly just trying to get through these skeleton fights because of the really good money drop. To get our defense up. I mean, obviously we want experience levels, but defense will help the grind go a little better. It's really cool. The final dungeon, I think, is pretty cool because, you know, I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the stream, but one of the things they did just for ambiance is as you proceeded deeper and deeper into the dungeons, the dungeon music gets slower and lower pitched. And I think the final dungeon has like 5 or 6 floors to it, so you get really down there. Oh yeah, Phantasy Star was a very hard game, especially if you didn't precisely know what you were doing. I haven't played those games a lot, but do know a little bit about them. And yeah, they're tough. A nervous breakdown, huh? I'll have to read up on that. How are we doing money-wise? 728. Still not enough for... Well, we could buy the big shield pretty soon. But I think I'm going to save for the half plate or full plate. I usually don't remember what the cost of those are. I know one's 1,000. Let me go. I'm gonna stop over in coal briefly, just to refresh myself on the costs of things. Yeah, it's a good effect. Like, it's so simple because like they can use the same data, but it made you feel like you were progressing, and it made it feel more like ominous and scary, and tense, maybe. It was a good way to do a lot with a little. Alright, stopping by coal briefly, we're going to talk to the merchant again, just to see what our armor options are. Yeah, full plate is 3,000, so we're going to do half plate when we get there. I remember later on, I think we're still quite a ways away, but if we head to the southern continent, there's a place where we can fight gold men, and that's really how you get the money in this game. I don't think we're capable of even getting close to that yet. That is 2 or 3 encounter tables away. And we're barely surviving fights with skeletons at the moment, so... Oh my gosh. One smart thing they did in subsequent Dragon Quests is they changed the encounter logic so that you can't encounter back-to-back enemies like that. I guess I should heal. Should I? Felt like kind of a waste, but one more skeleton and we'll get out of here. Or one more heal and we'll get out of here. Oh, we should level soon, actually. That might be nice. One fight to a level. See, it goes pretty quick. I have you guys here to chat with me, so it's not too mindless. Three power, alright, that's not bad. 3 speed, 6 hit points, finally some hit points, and a little bit of MP. No spells, though. Alright, we hit a 12 on a skeleton. I don't think we've done that before. Oof. And hopefully we can get back. That was a painful encounter there. That would be a lot of progress to lose, so cross your fingers. We won't hit a skeleton, at least. I'm going to run up to Garnham and buy that shield. Should I? I'm at 26 hit points. What could go wrong? I could encounter a mage who could cast hurt on me a few times, but I'd have to lose. I'd have to be surprised, and it'd probably have to happen 2 or 3 times. So I think I'm okay to do that. Pac-Man 2600, fun? I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. People are very harsh on it, but... Okay. 1 shield, please. Well, let me get a before and after here. So 20 defense. I would like to buy a large shield. That puts me at 26 defense. That's not a bad upgrade. I don't know their offense and defense formulas. I mean, it's not clearly 1-to-1, but that's a 30% increase. That's pretty substantial. Oh my gosh. Speaking of encounter rates. Yeah, it was an interesting era. Like seeing like Nintendo products on other platforms and stuff. It still kind of blows my mind. Lode Runner is a great title. Very creative. It was kind of a cool era because it was early enough in game development that people didn't really know. There were no rules about what you could make in terms of game design, so there's a lot of creativity. I think that's it. What are we getting to? 46. All right, so our next armor costs 1,000. So that's our money goal. And we'll get an XP check in here in just a moment. It's probably going to be a lot. Boy, I wish we just got the light spell. All right, here we go. 464 points. So that will be 1,300? Both of these are a long way off. So we're going to be grinding in place for a while. I think next level, though, I'll head through the southern cave. Am I level 8? Trying to recall which was my first version of Lode Runner, because there's been so many versions of it. And I don't think I can recall. I was very young. Yeah, we got some fans in the office of the Epix games for sure. Oh, critical hit. Nice. Was Apshai disc only? There's our scaly friend. Miss? Uh-oh. It's not too many of those. That's going to cost us. Still hit pretty hard, so even that 6-point increase to our defense didn't help a lot. Well, we talked about doing something else with that engine that we made for Wizardry. But of course, I can't go into detail with what if anything, we're going to be doing with it. Ah. I don't think I heard of Gateway. I knew of Temple. Is Gateway like a sequel, or is it a... What's the difference between the two? A prequel, but it came after. Gotcha. I think that's, if I remember correctly, I know a little bit about that game. It's not a game I played. I've seen it. We talked about it a little bit internally. In the emulation, you mentioned it wasn't working right. Like, it doesn't render the UI correctly, I think, typically. And that's why people have trouble with it. It looked like a cool game. But yeah, the interface did sound a little weird. You know, in that era, you had to deal with not too many buttons, not enough buttons, so you had to get creative with the way you did things. We need about... Trying to run the mental math in my head for how many encounters we're going to need. Well, if they're all skeletons, what is a skeleton? It's 25 XP. No, it's 25 gold, about 10 XP. So 40 of those will get us pretty far. That's a lot. Did I do that math right? Not even sure I have the numbers right on the skeletons. We'll find out just now. They're only hitting me for 5 now, so that's an improvement. $11 XP, 29 gold, but the gold is a little bit more variable. I don't know if both the XP and the gold are variable. But to get to 1400, we need, yeah, we're going to need 40 of those. XP is so slow. That makes sense. There's a style of game that you don't see very much anymore. That sort of, they call them blobbers, I guess, the first-person dungeon crawly type stuff. I think it's an underserved market. I mean, that's why we did the wizardry stuff. That guy only hit me for 4. Yeah, my defense is getting up there. That's great. Oh, and I killed him in 2 hits. That's great, too. Alright, at 22 gold apiece, we need about 480 gold. That's only 24 of them. It's still so many. Oh, I'm out of MP though. I need to be... I'm spacing out. I gotta be careful. I really hate to lose our progress. Oh boy, and this guy's dodging. Stop dodging. Stop. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, what do I do from here? I messed up. I have 6 hit points, meaning almost anything can kill me. I'm not going to get off of this continent without an encounter. So, is it safer to run to Cole and use the inn, which is close but through tougher encounters, than it is to try to get off the continent? I think that's right because... Oh, I wish I didn't screw this up just now. I think it's right because it's about the same number of steps either way. Oh boy. We just need to get the drop on everybody. So that mage is easy. This ghost is easy. Gonna walk through this forest. Oh, come on. Oh, good. We made it. Whew. Saving my... saving my time, at least. Gonna pay for an inn. 20 gold. What a ripoff. Just try not to make that mistake again. Well, I appreciate you saying. You know, we do pay attention to, like, people who suggest we work on kinds of games. Like, you know, it's not 100% up to us. If we had our druthers, we'd work on a lot of things. But If you post that stuff to social media or mention it in our Discord, it doesn't count for nothing. It's actually funny to read. Like, I go in there sometimes and I read the suggestions people make, and the funniest thing that happens is people actually guess what we're working on or suggest what we're working on. I always enjoy when that happens. I mean, we get a lot of suggestions these days, so it's bound to happen eventually. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, you know, and we honestly, we love to hear it, so we'll get to it all eventually. That's true, but I will say that we've done enough titles now, and they've been at least, you know, of a quality level or a success rate that it's getting a little easier. Like, people are taking notice of what we're doing, so we have a little more say in it. Like, you know, we always don't have complete say in what goes on, but it's opened some doors for us. It's kind of exciting, the opportunities we're getting. Let's see, 300 more XP, 400 more gold. But Scorpion can't even hit me for any damage anymore. Yeah, I'm digging it, man. Like, I hear about, you know, unfortunately there are things that are opportunities for us that we have to turn down, but the kinds of stuff that are available is super cool. I mean, the wizardry thing was a great example. I was so excited to work on wizardry. It's cool when you get to work on something you love. Maybe I should have used capital letters in this character's name. Wonder how that would have affected the growth. That's true. We're growing, but we don't want to grow too fast, because that would probably not work out great. Oh, I'm allowed to say we are about 30 people internally, and we do a lot of contracting for things like art and QA and that sort of thing. And we're trying to grow to, we're going to do in 2026, I think, a good 5 or 6 projects. Now, they're all not going to be, you know, exactly the types of projects you think of when you think of Digital Eclipse. Like, they're not all going to be Gold Master series or like the wizardry thing. But we're going to do about 6 projects, I think. And that means we had to turn down a lot of stuff to do that. We are so busy. It's a good problem to have. We're figuring out how to get more space for more people in the building we're in. I'm right now situated in a green screen room. We have sort of a recording studio here. We don't use it all that much. In fact, I probably get the most use out of it doing these Saturday streams. But we have like a podcast set up and some other stuff going on in here. And we're probably going to have to dismantle, not this part of it, because this part of it gets used, but some of it to seat people soon. We were talking about that a month ago or so. Or maybe we'll just get another building. But we're kind of getting full up. We also have, you know, some indulgent stuff here. Like we have a pretty full arcade that takes up a lot of space, and I don't think anybody's willing to get rid of any of that. But it could seat a lot of people. We also right now are sharing some space with the what do they call? Oh man, I'm gonna screw up their name. The Video Game History Foundation, and we might need to actually reclaim some of the space we're sharing with them to make that work. Yeah, you know, in our past we've done that kind of thing, and I'm not a fan of being sat between the video games. Oh, I've almost got enough money for our armor. Well, we could lighten up. Like, there's some things here that are, you know, people don't ever. Like, there's a lot of games that people play on the regular, and a lot of games that are cool to have around. But there's some that are just taking up space, and we could move those into storage. People keep bringing in more stuff. That's the problem. We never say no. We just add, we don't subtract ever. Oh, uh-oh. We're having the same problem again. Let's not be careless this time. 3-hit skeleton. Okay. Well, there's our MP, so we're going to head back. We did it the right way this time. Tentatively. We're not there. I shouldn't count my chickens, I suppose. Like this scorpion got a surprise attack, but did no damage. Oh my gosh. Why is this fight being protracted? I mean, that's the problem with people who collect arcade machines. That's exactly what happens, is you get too many, and then you need to figure out how to manage that. And we have a lot of people here who collect arcade machines. So you don't have enough money for the thing? Not quite. It's like one fight. Should I try to get the money? I feel like I oughta. Before I save and recover and stuff. It's a gamble. I'm gambling a lot today. So one more enemy should get me across that finish line. Like a scorpion. Or a Magidraki. Draki. That was a long period without an encounter. That's interesting. Okay, here we go. Oh, one shot the Magidraki. There we go. 10 gold, and that should be enough by the time we get back. See, it's these surprise attacks that are going to get me if I'm not careful. Oh, you reminded me. We have a new problem now, which is... Oh my gosh. I guess Atari is also doing some sort of modern arcade games. Like I think they did a Missile Command and a Asteroids. And they're sending those to us too, so we're just setting them up in our arcade. It's getting a little cramped in there. Oh, I was going to buy this armor. Okay, we want our half plate. Now, what did that put us at? 38, I think, up from 26. That's pretty substantial. So we have some good defense now. All right. Enough to head to the southern continent? Probably not, but I think we're also pretty close to a level. Yeah, some of the people here really like the new games. I haven't had a chance to really play them yet. I was working on Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, and that was a very busy project. That's still going on actually a little bit. So maybe in the new year I'll have a chance to check them out. All right, we said, I think it's 1400 for that level. So 124 XP. But we just added about 50% to our defense. I don't know if that's enough to make it south yet. So I didn't realize you're a Night Dive employee. Is that correct? I didn't connect those dots before. Well, right on. Good to have you on stream. It's fun to be, I guess we're sister studios, more or less. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go for the level before I go south. Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't done the fully remote thing yet. I guess, you know, during the COVID lockdown might be the closest. And I'll tell you what, I was going absolutely batty during that period. So I'm very impressed to anybody who can handle that. I really enjoy working in an office. Skeleton's only hitting us for 3 now. This is the way to go. Oh, there's a level. It's 1300, not 14. Come on, strength. 8 power. 8 power. That's a nice one. 4 hit points, 7 magic points. Okay, we learned another spell. What did we learn? We learned the light spell, so we can start doing that dumb... we can run into the cave that has the regenerating money if we want it. We might just be good to head south, though. Man, 8 power. That's so much. That was a good offensive level. Well, we can try it. Should I save before I try it? Or should we YOLO this? Well, fortune favors the bold, right? I don't really need the Radiant spell because I know how to navigate this cave without it, but I'm going to cast it anyway. We're mostly just going south here. Oh, this cave has ghosts in it. That's not a very threatening enemy. Alright. Before I go too far, let's see what we're dealing with here. Well, it's just skeletons. Oh, I've lost a lot of health. I didn't heal after going through the marsh. Oof. Careful. Probably should have taken a wyvern wing with me. Alright, this is going to be a tough guy. Let's see what we're dealing with here. 12 hit points. He can hit me for 5. That's not unmanageable so far. Okay, we got him. That's not bad. That's a lot of gold. Can I get to the town is the question. We're going to try. A metal scorpion. I think I should run. Well, let's see. He only did 4. He's probably hard to damage. 6. Oh, alright. Well, maybe I'm ready. Maybe this is good. Okay. New town! Hooray! No, I have no tomatoes. I have no tomatoes today. You're deep. It has been a long time since we last met. And there's 2 doors there. The scales of the Dragon Lord are as hard as steel. Alright. Weapons and armor, let's see. The broadsword is only 1500. I thought it was much more. That's good. We definitely want this magic armor, but it's going to be a while before we can get there. So broadsword is our next objective for 1500. But let's talk around the town a little bit more. Who art thou? Leave at once, or I will call my friends. I guess I barged into that woman's home. Art thou the descendant of Erdrick? Hast thou any proof? Over the western part of the island, Erdrick created a rainbow. 'Tis also said that he entered the darkness from a hidden entrance in the room of the Dragon Lord. Did I talk to these 2 yet? I don't remember. Thou shalt find the Stones of Sunlight in Tentacle Castle, if thou hast not found them yet. Oh, Andre. No, I'm Ian. Before long, the enemy will arrive. In this world, is there any sword that can pierce the scales of the Dragon Lord? Heed my warning, travel not to the south, for their monsters there are fierce and terrible. I've heard that before. This is a magic place. Hast thou found a magic temple? No? Go to the south. Well, she just told me not to go to the south. No, that's correct. You got it in 1. I'm a software engineer at Digital Eclipse, but also mostly run our streams. I'm Orwick, and I'm waiting for my girlfriend. Welcome. Magic keys, they will unlock any door. Only 53 gold. I thought they were more. I remembered them being more. All right, well, we're going to buy a bunch of magic keys, but first we're going to grind up to that broadsword, I think. Seems like we are capable of fighting the enemies in this area, and they're pretty good gold and XP, at least compared to what we were doing earlier. So we finally got a nice jump. Orvik is late once again. I'm starving. Alright, let's get us some enemies. This is just a regular skeleton. And I guess for the sake of expedience, I'm going to start using the inn here, even though that's going to slow down our money grinding. Wolf, huh? These guys take 3 hits, and they hit me for 5 through 9 each time. They might take 4 hits. 16 experience and 40 gold. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, I hope I can get through this. This is a kind of a dicey one. Okay. Oh, I can get him in 2. That's really good. That 8 attack power in that one level really made a difference. 55 a night. That's a pricey inn. Okay, back to the grind. Slightly different grind now, though. Wolf. Who do I want to fight? So Wolf is a good amount of gold, 40 gold, 13 XP. Be nice maybe to get a little more XP. Well, maybe it doesn't matter because all we're going to encounter is wolves. Man, this skeleton is as resilient as a wolf. A warlock? That's a little scary. If he puts me to sleep, I'm in trouble. Oh no, I just said that. And they're not even worth as much as the wolves. That's a scary enemy right there. Penalt. So like a modern homebrew game? When was this made? Yeah, Wolf took 4 hits. What style is it? Is it like a blobber? Or is it like Rogue? What kind of CRPG is it? Ultima style. Well, Ultima is a mix, so... but I assume you mean the top-down portions. I will try to remember that. Penult. Better to fight or run here. I think I gotta fight. Oof. Gonna make me regret it. Oh god. Whew. I'm cutting it a lot close today. Oh, and I haven't saved in a while either. I wonder if I should head back and save soon. Let's get that sword. Our money's rocketing up. We're getting 40 a fight. I just got to be a little cautious. No, no. I think I actually like the metal scorpions the best. I think they're the least threatening. Nox Archist and Realm of Antiquity. I'll have to check them out. Archaist? Archaist. Nox Archaist. Ooh, different wolf. Wolf Lord. This might be bad. It wasn't that bad. That was a good experience. But I am concerned that his stop spell didn't work twice, so he wasted 2 rounds. That could have been a lot different fight. Yeah, we do have a Discord server, a very busy Discord server. I'm surprised. I lurk there. I read the comments, but I try not to engage very much. I don't know. Yeah, I don't super get the game dev Discord thing from a consumer perspective. Like, there's people who hang out there and like interact with each other all the time. I guess it's kind of replaced forums, but I used to like that. That would be my preferred sort of way to interact with people. Well, and not just a time sink, like, you know, it's... You encounter the best and the worst of your fandom there, so... Sometimes it's a little scary place to be. I mean, I like interacting with fans, you know, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this stream stuff, but it's a little bit easier to do it sort of this way, sort of more one-on-one, a little more controlled. It feels like I could really use the better heal spell soon. I don't think that comes for a while. I don't think we're going to wind up rescuing the princess today, although I do kind of feel like we probably made it through maybe half of this game. Like, we got another hour. I'm not calling it quits yet, but maybe we'll pick this up again in a subsequent Saturday stream. I know in February we intend to wrap up whatchamacallit, Monster World, Wonder Boy in Monster World, but I kind of have a feeling we're pretty near the end of that, so if we have some extra time, maybe we'll do a little more progress on this, or we just throw it by the wayside. We've abandoned stuff before. Are we halfway? Maybe halfway is ambitious. Maybe we're a third of the way. Still haven't done any of the, like, dungeons and stuff. We literally just explored the first 4 towns and did a lot of grinding. No. get nervous every time I go to sleep because I've been waking the first turn every time, but it's just a coin toss. So if I'm asleep for like 4 or 5 turns, that's probably the end of me. Oh, I only have a personal Discord. I don't have a professional Discord, so that's the other reason why I tend to be careful about engaging in the company Discord. Oh no, there is a public DE Discord. I'm saying the username I use there is my personal username though. But you make a good point, which is, I guess the Discord for us is a fairly recent addition. Like we only started doing that a couple of months ago, 2-3 months ago, I think. So it's probably useful to update our. If you're saying it's not on the website, that's bad. But we should include it at least in the Twitch. What do you call it? The description of our Twitch channel. I will raise that concern on Monday. Okay, we got us a longsword, a broadsword, similar. So our attack power is now 50. That feels very high, but I'm going to. There was a tool shop in this town, right? I think I'm gonna head back and do a save. Maybe there's not a tool shop in this town. Do I have to walk back? I may have to walk back. Okay, I think there's not a tool shop in this town. What does that mean? Well, let's walk back and do a save and buy a wing of the wyvern while we walk back, or after we walk back anyway. But glad to have the broadsword. That is a pretty big objective. Our next, I should check the shop for the next monetary goal. Actually, before I head out. Which is, I mean, I know the magic armor is 7,700. We're not going to grind to that today. What can we buy that's not quite so expensive? Full plate for 3 grand is our next goal. And that's pretty achievable. Wow, that's a very mature Discord. Well, I'm not the person to to have an opinion about that, so. We have, ours is run, I think, by some Atari folks, so, you know, we're not flying solo there. Let me see how much damage these swamps do per step. 25. They do 2 per step. That's more than I thought. I thought it was only 1. I mean, I guess for the sake of it, yeah. I think the next thing I'll do, let's go explore the western cave. Just to have the last little bit of this not be just more grinding. I see. Yeah, like I don't think we do, you know, we have people internally who are on there, but we don't have like, there's no digital Eclipse community management role. So we have, you know, people who have done that for us have done it sort of part-time or in their spare time. So I think Atari has taken on the responsibility of that for us, for the most part. People who are just watching us for Dragon Warrior are going to get a lot of insider info on how the companies work. Alright, we've returned 4 experience points to the next level. Oops, that's funny. Yeah, I'll tell you what it did. Yeah, we're going to continue our quest. Four XP. All right, that's literally like a ghost and a half, or four frickin' slimes. I don't want to fight 4 slimes, but I am gonna level. Maybe I am gonna fight 4 slimes. If I can keep 4 slimes in battle. Draki, one more. One more. There we go. Alright, one more level. Oh yeah, me too. I mean, you always got to be careful about that kind of stuff. Courage and wit have served me well. We've been put at the level. 4 more power. That's great. 8 speed. That's a chunk. 4 hit points, 4 magic points, and a new spell. The new spell is Stop Spell. Not that useful a spell, but we have it. Oh, that's interesting. I have no idea who runs it. This is all sort of magical to me. I know how to operate everything in this room, but I can't log into Twitch or anything. That's all something somebody else handles. I just show up and do the streaming. Alright, we're going to do a quick save here, and then we're going to head to the Western Cave. Our first actual dungeon crawl. Probably not very valuable at this point, but something to do while we grind up the rest of our money and experience and such. Alright, next level is 892, so it'll be to 2900. How did I miss a slime? That's goofy. I guess you always have a very small chance to miss. Can you find Discords just by searching for them? I wonder how consumers find our Discord. Players. They told me to stop calling them consumers. I wonder how players find our Discord. I bet there's information about them on our social media pages, like our Twitter and such. Oh, have you been promoting the stream on your Discord? That's cool. Okay, we're gonna do a right-hand rule-y kind of thing again. Oh, we got a chest. Uh-oh, our spell's wearing off. An herb! I don't think we've had an herb this entire game. Right-hand rule. Okay, what do we got here? A small amount of gold. Oh, there's some chests. A torch. The fighter's ring. Can I use that? That did boost my attack by 4. That's a nice thing. I should have gone for that a long time ago. Oh wow, it's a warlock. Okay, this is a scary place. We are. I thought we were going to be like way over leveled for this, but this is appropriate level. Okay, let's cast our spell again. A droll, new enemy. Easy enemy. A Drakima. Also easy enemy. Is that everything here? All that for that small... I mean, the fighter's ring is pretty good. But a small amount of money? We try to schedule... So the Saturday long play is the first Saturday of every month at 2 p.m. We pretty much don't miss that. We also do a lot of streaming. We usually participate in Extra Life every year, and that we do a lot of promotion for. But outside of that, it's sort of ad hoc. It's when people feel like it. Oh, here's a chest. 117 gold. That's still a pretty small amount. I mean, it's, you know, compared to an enemy encounter, that's not bad. So our next stream will be on February, oh wow, it looks like it's going to be February 7th. And how much they get promoted sort of depends on who's in the office about when they go on. Dan Emmerich used to do a lot of promotion for us, but you know, it's right after the holidays, so nobody's kind of around, so I think we're just sort of flying under the radar this week. Well, thank you. And, you know, this is not something we do, like, we're happy to engage in our fans. We're not doing this for any purpose. Like, we're not showcasing stuff we're going to work on. This is just us hanging out for fun and talking to people. Being out there and being available. That's what we're up to. Oh boy. Am I lost? I think I walked in a circle. There's the staircase. I can see the staircase. And sharing some of our favorite classic gaming experiences. Oh, there's 2 staircases up. Okay, well, that was a dungeon. We had talked about doing a regular podcast ourselves, and we have the equipment set up to do it, but we just don't ever do it. I think every time that gets started, it dies in a week or two. Well, having not very thoroughly, but at least partially explored that cave, which I think is not going to be very useful for us, we've got about 30 minutes left in that stream. This stream, I think we're just going to... Wow, I'm getting an encounter every step. I think we're just going to head back to Remolder and grind up a little bit. Maybe try to get that armor. What we need 2,000 gold. To get our 3,000 gold rather to get the full plate mail. Our ultimate goal is to get strong enough to defeat the dragon. Maybe we'll conclude the stream with an attempt at the dragon. I bet we can hit level 11. I bet we can get that armor. And you know what? I'll commit to sticking around a little bit just so we can hit those 2 milestones. So milestone 1 is armor. Milestone 2 is we'll take a stab at the dragon. If we can beat the dragon and save the princess, that would be a great way to end the stream. So we'll see how that one goes. I think that's full, 54. Yeah, okay. All right, we'll do a quick save. I should, before I save, actually do this in a really poor order. I should go get I wanted to get a Wyvern's Wing, because I don't have the return spell yet. So since we have a pretty free-flowing way to grind out money. Oh, I can't buy a Wyvern's Wing here. Where is a Wyvern's Wing? I bet they're in coal. Is that right? Well, I guess we'll find out on the way. And then I will just save, and then we'll go do the things I said, which is grind up to the armor and then go try to fight the dragon. Which again, feels a little early to say this, but I feel like that's kind of the halfway point of the game, so maybe we did make it halfway in about one stream. I'll tell you what, a nice feature in the later games is being able to teleport to using the Wyvern Swing or the recall spell or whatever it's called, return spell, to towns that are not the base town. Oh my gosh. High encounters when you don't want them and low encounters when you do. Isn't that always the way of things? That was a nice long break. Alright, tell me you have Wyvern Wings. Nope, wrong shop, sorry. In? Who's got tools? Is the tools guy the guy at the far end? Hello, sir. Sell me one wing, please. Yes. No, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, just a quick hop through the marsh cave here, which I am going to navigate by feel this time. And we're just going to grind up a little bit around Remoldar until we can get that armor. I wonder if I dare... I wonder if I dare head out west and try to fight some wyverns and those wolf lords. They are better experience. Always gambling. I think I can encounter them over here. Yeah. I don't get too close to Dragonlar's guys. Okay, that's just a scorpion. I don't think they're across the bridge. I don't think I have to cross the bridge to encounter them. That's a scary proposition if I do. I mean, maybe it's worth trying. Maybe okay, here's a wolf lord. So I'm at that encounter table, whatever that is. They hit hard. I can't heal during that fight, but 20 XP is pretty good XP. Oh yeah, there's a wyvern too. We haven't fought a wyvern yet. Let's see how badly this goes. Oh, badly so far. Oh, well, we have died. Okay. So we had 1,000 gold, so I'm going to tap reset again. We do not want to fight the wyverns. So pardon me a second. But now we know. All right. Right on. Take two. I guess we'll just grind around Remolder. There are not a lot of pieces of music in this game, but they are pretty catchy. I do feel like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest does have a good, memorable soundtrack for the most part. Okay, one wings coming up. Through the marsh cave. Oh my gosh. So we can even get to the marsh cave. Okay, well, this is our time until we get 3,000 gold to buy our armor, which probably will be roughly the same time we level. We'll see how it plays out. I wanted to say I think we're going to level first, but we'll see how it plays out. I think our average fight here is going to be with the wolf. And I think it gives 13 XP and 40 money, about. Let's get an encounter and I'll run that man. I'm pretty confident in the 40 money. It can barely hurt me. That's great. All right, so this is... It's 16 experience and 45 money. So to get the 3,000, I need about 40 fights, 45 fights. And at 13 XP, that will get us right at the level. So it's really going to happen almost about the same time. This is how I pass the time when I'm grinding out. Also when I'm, running on the treadmill or whatever, is I do a bunch of mental math to figure out how much longer it's gonna be. Riveting streaming gameplay. Well, they can't all be winners. I like the screen shake effects in this game. It's probably a pretty early example of that sort of thing. So every 15 fights or so, we're going to have to revisit the inn, which costs us about 2 fights. So it's really going to be overall about 50 fights. But we're about a quarter of the way there, so. I will have to remember, oh goodness. I will have to remember to buy some keys with the money I get for selling the hand axe. Because we do need 1 key minimally to fight the dragon. But we may as well buy a bunch of keys because the next thing we do after that, after fighting the dragon, was to just kind of go all over the world and explore where we can now access with the keys. I mean, technically, I think I can get to the grave of Garenham now, but I think that's going to be a tough encounter, sort of like the Wyverns and Wolf Lords. But it might be worth, I'm not going to do it now because we're sort of committed to this plan, but it might have been worth seeing if that's a slightly better place to grind. And we can try, if we pick this up on a subsequent stream, we can try starting there next time. I'll try to remember that. Good. High encounter rate. That's what we want at this point. Is our level at 2,700? We might actually level a long time before we get the money. That's interesting. This is why I reset instead of let the deaths stand. Money is such a gating factor in this game. Well, this will put us over the 2,000 mark. It's a good milestone. For gold, that is. Means we have 25 more wolf fights. Making pretty good time on that. Okay, it was not 27. It must have been 2,800, 2,900 XP for the level. I bet it was 2,900. Not really any particular path I should be walking to do this, but I seem to be sort of settled into this little L shape here. We just need the encounters, and anywhere will do. Some of the latter games in the Dragon Quest series have a skill that lets you immediately encounter an enemy if you're looking for one. Got a pretty high encounter rate here though, so it seems to be going well. That skeleton took 3 hits. That's so unusual. I must have rolled low damage and he must have had high health. I don't know how enemies' health works in this game. I don't know if they can roll or if they have a fixed amount. Oh, come on. Okay, we'll take our second rest at the inn here, but we're more than 50% done. Oops, I'm asleep. Don't do it. Wake up. Oh no, wake up. Whew. Always nerve-wracking. So we need about 15 more wolves. Or equivalent. There's our level. Come on, good level. 5 power, not bad. 4 speed, not bad. 8 hit points, that's good. 10 magic points. I liked everything about that level. Except the fact that I didn't get any more spells, but it's workable. Of course, in the back of my brain now, I'm just going, does that mean we can try to fight with those wyverns again? I shouldn't do it, though. It's a mistake. We're so close, we'll just stick to the plan. But next time... Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know, I kind of, like, I mentioned earlier, when I played this as a kid, I was overly cautious. And that's probably how you have to play. As you see, when I pushed, I got in trouble a couple of times. But I really just want to, like, YOLO it a little bit. But since we're almost out of time, I'm not gonna just now. Yeah, and then these guys put me to sleep. Come on, don't. Oh my gosh. That's why they're dangerous. That was the 4-round sleep. Probably once I get the armor, I can tussle with those guys. The armor should make a difference. Oops, I meant to heal up. Oh, I'm all right. Oops, I encountered a wolf lord. They're not as scary. think the wyverns are what I really need to watch out for. 79 gold. It's so worth it, though. I find playing these kind of games as an adult that the calculus in my head changes, where I start to think more about, like, what's the most efficient way to grind? The Japanese version of this game, I have seen it. The Famicom version, yeah, with the, it has a single directional art for all of the characters. I haven't played it. There's a little bit of that in the US version of Dragon Quest II. They have, the heroes do have directional sprites, but some of the NPCs do not in that game. Oh, I have the money. I was talking right through it. I was grinding right through my goal. All right, well, we're ready to give a stab at the dragon. I don't think it's gonna work, but it will be a good conclusion to the stream. So we're gonna buy here. We're gonna buy us the full plate mail, which is gonna give us 500 gold for a half plate. And we're gonna use all, I think all of that money. I think in this game, keys are an inventory item that stacks. I think we're gonna use all of our money to buy keys right now, because we're gonna need a bunch of keys in the future. And we don't have anything we're grinding up for monetarily until the magic armor, or there's a shield we could get at a different town. But we need a key to get the shield, so I'm just gonna buy some keys. Yes. 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 Oh, can't sell me more keys, huh? Only 6 can we carry. All right, well, we got 6 keys. I'm going to use the wings to go back home. So we're going to do our usual heal up and restore our health trick. Save the game. Now we're going to go see if we can beat a dragon. I think that's max. Yes. 50 MP is nothing to sneeze at. Okay, so let's talk about what's going to go down in the dragon fight. We can't out-heal its damage, I think. I think that's true. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to cast Sleep and try to keep it asleep and take advantage of it being asleep. 891 to the next level, so it's at 4,000. And if it rolls badly, we'll come out ahead, and if it rolls well, nothing we can do. I think 11 is a little early for it. For a casual play, anyway. But we'll give it a try. Okay, so it turns out the dragon is in the eastern part of this tunnel, behind a door, as is the princess. Oh, there's a lot of high encounter rate, man. Oh, here's the dragon. And it got an initial attack on me and hit me for 24. Yeah, I screwed up. I didn't realize the dragon was before the door. I should have healed before we did this. Alright, let's try to put it to sleep. Alright, let's see if we can heal up, because nothing's going to work if we're not at max health. Oh, jeez, okay. Stay asleep. Alright, here we go. Fight the dragon. Put the dragon back to sleep. Fight the dragon. Oh, he's doing so little damage. Oh, jeez, he hit so hard. Put the dragon to sleep. Heal up. I think this is a lost cause. Rip. Okay, well, that will require probably a little bit more leveling before we're ready to do. So we're going to call it here, but that was the first third to 50%, somewhere in that range, of Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest if you're Japanese. And I appreciate you hanging out with us today. I've been Ian from Digital Eclipse. We do this the first Saturday of every month. It looks like the one in February is going to be on the 7th of February. And we'll be back at 2 p.m. with, we're probably going to conclude, Justin and I were playing through Wonder Boy in Monster Island, I think. So one of the Wonder Boy games, and I think, are most of the way through that. If that wraps up really quickly, we might conclude our we might continue our Dragon Quest experience. But we're all building up to the big game we're going to start the beginning of this year sometime, and it sounds like it'll be now March at the earliest, though, is we're going to try to get to doing Mega Man Legends. That's something we've been trying to do on this channel for a long time, and I think we're finally going to get it started this year. But I hope to see you all then, and thanks for hanging out with us. Have a good weekend.